Sieht irgendwie schlimmer aus als eine entweihte Statue.
Oh, dear creature, why do you bow down? Oh, dear creature, why do you bow down? You are like a flower, born in sin, yet pure, spotless. You need no longer hold back your resentment, nor accept the countless lies. Go forth, become a transcendent one, and I shall shed a tear at the end of time.
Oh mein Gott. Oh nein, was passiert jetzt?
What just happened? When I saw that thing, my heart was instantly at peace. I was overcome by a sense of awe or joy, perhaps. I am. I feel good. In fact, I feel better than I did. Oh, is that so?
Der Typ hat doch fett eine Klatsche weg. Ein bisschen überheblich.
Cory Bear! Oh, thank goodness! He's still okay. I have a strange feeling that what just happened was meant to be. For this to happen, right at the moment when I was dreading worshipping at a statue of the Seven, you say that I bowed before that thing, so perhaps it might be just as effective. I have to try. No matter what, you said it yourself. I have to exhaust all options.
Bruder, ganz ehrlich. Bus? Bus?
Cory Bear! Oh, my goodness, it worked! You see, it worked! Cory Bear can speak again!
Where's Mama?
Mama is... Cory Bear, look at me.
Of course. Your Papa.
Yes! Salvation! Sweet salvation, yes, yes! How do you feel, Cory Bear? Are you fully awake now?
Yes. It feels like I just woke up from a long, long sleep. I dreamed that I was hiding in a little room. My body! What happened to me? Papa? What's happened to me?
Oh Gott, der dreht durch.
Don't panic, son. It's just... While you were sleeping, we went into a fairy tale. There's no more Conry here. No more home. But... Do you know what that means? No more... In this world, you have to be a little monster, but you get to stay with Papa.
Am I dead?
No, of course not. Look, Cory Bear, you still have Mama's scarf on your arm. That means she's watching over you.
Really?
Yes, really. You've only just woken up, and this must all be very confusing for you. Just rest. Oh, and you have to promise me something. Never take off your mask. Understand? Whatever happens, you mustn't take it off.
Okay, Papa. I won't. I promise.
Hey, what the fuck? Ich werd gebottet, oder was? Ey, ich werd gebottet, Lava. Ey, nee, ich werd gebottet, Chat. Nein. Nein, ich werd gebottet, nicht schon wieder, Digga. Och nein, das geht
Not
jetzt die ganze Zeit
since
so
that
weiter.
day
Wartet,
have
ich
I
mach
been
die Alerts
so
aus.
glad as I am
Muss
now.
ich ja, aber ansonsten ist
I
scheiße.
can't believe this is really happening.
Ich muss es leider ausmachen, weil es kann so nicht weitergehen. Oh, Digga, jetzt werde ich wieder gebottet. Och, nö. Digi, nee. Hä, ich hab doch den Alert-Sound ausgemacht. Digga, ich hab doch den Alert-Zock. Achso, das war der vom Spendenziel, Idiot. Wartet mal. Hier, Follower-Ziel. Ja, ich werd grad gebottet, das gibt's doch nicht. Da kommen die ganze Zeit Follower reingeflogen. Ich habe aber doch eigentlich was reingemacht. Das ist nicht passiert. Warum höre ich es denn jetzt immer noch? Bin ich jetzt dumm? Ey, Digga, nee. Warum werde ich jetzt gebottet?
I'm
Nee.
once a murderer, oh, but the God we saw it. That
Ey, Digga.
wondrous power. It was truly
Ich schon
enchanting.
öfters und das hasse ich.
Surely that must have been the reason I bowed down.
Bruder, das kann doch nicht sein. Was ist das? Ich hab doch dafür jemanden extra reingemacht. Wartet kurz, Chat. Ich muss kurz beheben. Das hört halt auch nicht auf, ne? Was ist denn gerade mit Dings? Was ist gerade mit dem einen los? Wartet mal, ich muss gerade gucken. Ist doch gerade live. Warum
Wenn du es liebst, in
Warum
deinem
funktioniert
Element
das
zu
bei
sein.
mir nicht? Sehr gut. Ey, es ist so unmöglich. Bitte. Ich hoffe, der kommt gleich rein und macht das weg. Das ist ja scheiße. Ich hoffe, dass der gleich bei mir in den Chat reinkommt, weil ansonsten habe ich ein Problem. Weil ansonsten geht das ganze Gebotte weiter hier. Ich habe da keinen Bock drauf. Ja, aber eigentlich müsste er ja joinen jetzt. Ich bin doch gerade live, warum funktioniert das da nicht? Digga. Geht es jetzt weiter oder hat es jetzt aufgehört? Also ja, ich sag euch ehrlich, das war nicht rechtens. Sowas ist so ein Scheiß. Eigentlich dürfte das gar nicht sein. Also, dass es so passiert. Aber da sind so viele Leute mit hier, also so viele Follower drin, die ich nicht gemacht habe. Die nehmen mit der Zeit wieder ab. Aber ich raff das halt auch nicht. Das ist so unnötig, wenn sowas passiert. Das ist auch so dumm, wenn sowas los ist, ganz ehrlich, aber ich finde gerade auch nicht raus, wie ich es wie ich die Blockade wieder reinmache. Ich muss gerade mal gucken in den Einstellungen. Vielleicht kriege ich da was raus. Ei, es ist so low. Also ich habe sowas schon des Öfteren mitbekommen, aber es ist so scheiße. Ich kann gerade hier. Das ist dem Typen was gebracht. Ah, lol, ich bin doof. Hm. Nice, dass der Follower-Schutz jetzt aktiviert worden ist, aber das ist jetzt mies, weil das Ding ist, mir wurden jetzt so viele neue Follower zugeschrieben, was nicht gut ist. Also ich habe jetzt ein wenig was gemacht, aber das Ding ist, ja, ich kann die Alerts jetzt trotzdem nicht mehr anlassen, weil da kommt jetzt die ganze Zeit eine Meldung. Und ich habe da auch keinen Bock, dass wir die ganze Zeit hier eine Meldung hören. Das muss auch nicht sein. Bro, aber immer sowas in meinen Streams, der, das muss doch nicht sein. Der, das sind einfach viel zu viele, die gerade reingeflogen sind. Bruder, das geht halt immer weiter, ne? Ich muss gerade eh mal noch gucken wegen meinem Spenden-Goal mal. Weil so will ich das jetzt auch nicht belassen. Also das ist echt scheiße gerade. Ich glaube auch irgendwie so dieser Bot, den man dafür hat, der funktioniert nicht mehr richtig. Ja, da steht zwar, dass ich jetzt ein Follower-Ziel voll habe, aber das ist nicht so. Das sind alles Follower, die nicht bei mir dazugezählt werden sollten. Sage ich euch ehrlich, so wie es ist. Und wir hatten, glaube ich, am Stream-Start hatten wir noch weniger Follower. Ich schaue gerade mal in den letzten Livestream bei mir rein, wie viele Follower da wir noch hatten. Und ich werde das wieder umswitchen kurz, weil das Ding ist, so streame ich nicht weiter. Jetzt muss ich gerade nur gucken. Ich weiß, es ist jetzt dumm, dass ich gerade eine Videounterbrechung habe, aber ich kann es gerade auch nicht ändern, weil das Ding ist, das nervt mich gerade so rapide. Und ich habe auch keinen Bock, dass dann hier deswegen jetzt Theater am Start ist, wisst ihr? Und deswegen, ich habe jetzt gerade geguckt, wie viele es sind. Ich ändere das jetzt eben mal schnell wieder um. Ach, kann ich gar nicht. Interessant, dass ich das nicht kann, während ich... Ah doch, ich kann es wieder umändern, sehr gut. Dann ändere ich das nämlich schnell um, weil ich habe keinen Bock, dass da Hackmack ist. Ich weiß halt, wie viel es jetzt waren. Und dann setze ich wieder die ganz normale Zielhöhe an. Ups. Da haben wir, soweit ich gesehen habe, bei der Zahl. Ups. So. So, Chat. Jetzt ist alles wieder in Ordnung. Das ganze Problem ist gefixt. Wir haben keine Probleme mehr. Der Alert ist wieder ganz normal, da.
Now then,
Und jetzt können wir weiter streamen.
after one
Ich
beseeches
lasse die
a god,
Follower da nicht
and the god
mitzählen.
responds
Nix
by
da.
answering their prayers, should they
Aber ich gucke nochmal
do
sicherheitshalber, dass ich mich
something
nicht
to
verzählt
show
habe.
their devotion?
Scheiße. Einmal, man sollte immer einmal vorsichtiger sein, weil ich weiß nie. Ah doch, das passt. Sehr, sehr gut. Ah ne, wir hatten 250 als Spendenziel, lul. Als Follower-Ziel. Ja, cool. Okay, jetzt sind es 400. Ist ein bisschen mehr. Ist aber okay so. Ja, genau.
Piety is hardly my area of expertise. But surely I should honor the god that has honored my wishes. A sinner? Oh, don't be absurd. You and
Jetzt
I
kann ich
have
wenigstens
both
in Ruhe weiter
witnessed
streamen, Mann.
his divine power. When has the Seven worked a miracle like this before? Never. He is a god,
Chat, ich bin mal
mightier
eben
than
weg.
they, and yet you would call him a sinner. Oh, preposterous!
Chat, ich bin mal eben weg, weil bei mir gibt's jetzt Essen. Habe ich auch wieder verpeilt. Na gut. Ich bin gleich wieder da. So lange dauert das nicht. Und dann würde ich sagen, bis gleich. Ja, wir machen gleich weiter.
Na? Hallo?
Ich bin wieder da, Chat.
Hallo?
Ah, lol, da ist ja jemand hier.
No matter.
Guten Tag.
Believe what you will. You
Guten
can
Abend.
I am going to pay my
Was machst
respects
du?
with or without you.
Ich hatte gerade angefangen, Video zu gucken. Hab
Ja,
ich gedacht, gerade AFK gegangen. Und geh doch ein bisschen in der Honker Star wieder rein.
ah, okay.
Und ich bin eben halt kurz AFK gegangen, war duschen und sowas. Müdigkeit kickt aber immer noch.
Auf gut Deutsch, bei dir geht's nicht mehr. Oder?
Ja, noch schon, Alter. Ich hätte eigentlich noch Lust, ein bisschen Overwatch zu spielen.
Ja,
Aber ich weiß ja nicht, ob das heute was wird.
kommt mir aber so vor, als ob du nicht mehr lange wach bleibst.
Ne.
Also ich glaube, du wirst heute nicht mehr so großartig viel was machen.
Mal sehen.
Und du hattest sowas noch nie. Mit so verloren mäßig.
Nö.
Lol. Gab schon einige YouTuber oder Streamer, die sowas hatten.
Ich hatte das noch nie erlebt.
Krass, sei froh drum.
diese Woche am Freitag ist auch noch der nächste Honkai Star Rail Livestream.
Lol.
Ist wieder schön was zu tun die Woche, Alter.
Mhm.
Inzwischen stapelt sich das ja fast schon. Mit 3 Games.
So ist das. Viel zu tun. Wann warst du heute überhaupt wach?
Spät.
Und trotzdem kriegt bei dir die Müdigkeit?
Ja, ich hätte früher den ganzen Tag schlafen können, vom Gefühl her, Alter.
Oha. Ja, ich war relativ früh heute schon wach.
Aber morgen werde ich früher ausstehen, weil ich einen Termin habe.
Ah, okay.
Und ja, planmäßig werde ich Mittwoch auch früher aufstehen. Und dann wahrscheinlich sogar schon früher dann reingrinden.
Mhm. Ich nicht.
Eventuell gibt es dann auch bei mir einen relativ Early Stream. Je nachdem, ob ich da mit Kollegen reingehe oder so, oder ob ich dann alleine bin. Weiß ich noch nicht.
Bei mir kann es halt gut sein, ich grind erst am Mittwochabend rein.
No.
Imagine, ich habe dann schon den ersten Akt fertig, Alter.
The Hilly
Kannst
Churl
du ja.
worshippers have disappeared too.
Ja, das
Oh,
ist,
es
kommt dann noch so ein
ist
bisschen drauf
all
an,
an
nicht,
illusion.
weil ich halt noch nicht so richtig
That's true.
weiß,
Yes,
werde ich mich
was
im
neither.
Erkunden
Let's
verlieren
go.
oder werde ich
there is surely a reason
Story
for its disappearance, and I
machen.
do believe that someday in the
Weil
future.
die Cutscene bekommt man halt
he
erst,
really-
wenn man den ersten Akt abgeschlossen hat.
Mhm. Ja, aber du empfehlst ja eigentlich rein theoretisch, also du empfehlst ja jedem eigentlich, das nicht zu spielen, bevor man nicht so hauptstorymäßig soweit ist, oder? Wie war das?
Cory Bear?
Es gibt ja ein Feature, dass
Where
wenn du
has he
Liebesstory
gone?
abgeschlossen hast und am Stufe 28 bist, dann kannst du die Natlan-Story schon direkt starten.
Ja.
Oh no, no,
Und da,
no.
ich weiß nicht, ob man das machen sollte.
Maybe
Ich
someone
würde
else
es
came
nicht
by
machen,
and
aber
No, it
es
can't
gibt
have
halt die
been that.
Möglichkeit.
There's no sign of a break-in.
Ob man das nun
and
macht,
no
muss
sign
er
of
selber
any-
wissen.
This does not bode well.
Ja, aber eigentlich hat es ja
Wait a
keine
minute.
Nachteile, oder findest du das
This
so
isn't how we
Na
live.
etwas
doch, du
useless?
skippst halt komplett,
Oh, no.
je nachdem wann du das halt machst, mehrere Storystränge und spoilerst dich quasi ins Unendliche.
The mirror, it's
Ja, aber die Aktion gibt's ja auch nicht ewig lange.
He must
Danke,
have taken his mask
Ich
off.
weiß nicht, ob man. Ich kann es verstehen, wenn man es macht, aber ich würde es halt trotzdem nicht machen. Ne?
We
Nur
have to
für die
find him.
500 Primos, die man da bekommt, wenn man beide Akte abschließt.
Mhm.
Nee, Alter, ich will mich nicht so hart spoilern lassen.
Ja, Bro, aber da kannst du auch gleich, also da kannst du aber auch direkt sagen, okay, dann mache ich die Aktion einfach nicht mit und dann ist gut.
It's his scarf.
Weil wahrscheinlich egal wie
looks
viel
like we
ich
are
heute
going
noch
the right way.
grinden werde, glaubt mir, ich
Come
werde
on.
wahrscheinlich morgen, beziehungsweise ich werde heute nicht so weit sein, dass ich sagen kann, okay, ich bin in Fontaine. Niemals. Never ever.
Also die Karibet-Quest bekommst du, glaube ich,
Where
heute noch
are
fertig.
you?
Ja, die bekomme ich schon noch fertig, aber halt nicht, so, dass ich nach Fontaine halt komme. Das ist safe
Danach
nicht.
kommt der Fontaine.
Curses. Forest Rangers.
Hast
Hey,
du nur noch Fontaine
who are
vor
you?
dir und dann
We haven't seen you around here before.
Quest danach.
What's your business here?
Und
Have you
könntest
seen
du
any,
I asked
theoretisch
you first.
bis Mittwoch fertig
I
bekommen, wenn du halt
said,
denn noch.
Have you
Hey,
Aber da
whoa.
müsstest du halt schon gefühlt den
Exactly,
ganzen
man.
Tag morgen durchgrinden.
Forest?
Geh
Glaub
mal
ich.
weg, Alter.
Curse you all, Forest
Und
Rangers.
das, ja.
Das mache ich eh nicht. Es lohnt sich nicht, vor allem nicht, wenn ich am Mittwoch noch unterwegs bin oder so. Lohnt sich das
Ja,
nicht.
also mach dir da keinen
I don't
Stress,
get
ne?
it. Why make such a huge fuss over a few
Will ich
hilly
auch nicht.
churls?
Makes no
Du wirst
sense.
in Napa ankommen, dann, wenn du da ankommst.
Frage wann.
He'd only just regained his mind, so tell me.
Jeez. I was frightened at first, but
Ob
it
du
didn't
dann
seem
halt
to
den
have any...
Schnellstart benutzt,
Yeah,
ist dir selbst überlassen.
Ich weiß
Wait,
nicht, ob
you're
ich mich
leaving?
in so ein endliches
Not-
beuern möchte. Ich glaube eher weniger. Macht null Sinn irgendwie für mich, weil das Ding ist, ich habe Genshin so hart gefühlt. Ich habe allein diese, diesen Legendenauftrag mit Naida, den ersten Teil zum Beispiel, ne? Den habe ich so gefühlt. Also wo man sie quasi aus dem Traumgefängnis befreit hat.
Ihr Legendenauftrag Part 1 ist das nicht.
Nicht?
Das ist die Sumo Main Story.
Also, ich bin verwirrt. Ein bisschen.
Der erste Legendenquest von jeder macht noch was ganz anderes.
Wohin? Vielleicht oben auf dem Weg? Ja, aber den Part habe ich zum Beispiel gefühlt und sowas zum Beispiel zu skippen, das macht keinen Sinn. Für mich. Oder würdest du sowas
Also für mich ist also ich finde dieses dieses Schnellstart-Feature für die Story ist eigentlich nur für die Leute, die Story halt nicht
Cory
interessiert.
Bear,
Ja.
Ne, die halt nur so schnell wie möglich halt die Belohnungen haben wollen.
whatever you saw, I told you.
Aber für die Leute, die die Story interessiert, ist das halt eigentlich gar nichts. Auch wenn man die Belohnung gerne hätte, aber
Cory Bear, we have to go home
Ja?
now.
Na, so kann's gehen, ne?
Papa,
Cory Bear,
Papa, I can't take it.
please, Cory Bear. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa!
Könntest du dir sowas vorstellen, dass jemand einfach so die Story skippen würde?
es gibt sehr, sehr viele, extrem viele, die die Story skippen.
Ja,
Aus
aber,
verschiedenen Gründen.
ja, aber macht null Sinn.
Oder auch schon, ne? Aus gewissen Gründen, ne? Wenn man halt die Story auch nicht mag, wenn man die nicht fühlt, wenn man die Art und Weise, wie die Story erzählt wird, nicht mag.
Finally, wait, no. Why am I still
Gibt schon
calling
genug
you
Gründe.
Traveler? Oh, I have
Aber allerdings sind die meisten Gründe so, wo ich sagen würde, das Game ist ein Story-Game und das weiß man eigentlich vorher. Und dann im Nachhinein zu sagen, ich mag die Story nicht, ist halt ein bisschen dämlich, finde ich.
In any case, I've been using a fake
Ja, weil ich
name
finde,
this
in Genshin ist es
entire
manchmal so, also die Genshin-Story hat ihre Schwächen, auch in der Erzählweise vor allem, ne, wo ich auf jeden Fall nachvollziehen kann, warum man das nicht mag. Aber trotzdem ist es stellenweise halt so, dass manche Leute das so spielen, dass sie halt einfach alles skippen. Ne? Also, wenn man Nebenquests sowas gibt, okay. Die Main-Story sollte man sich eigentlich schon angucken. Weil das ist dann irgendwie wie, als wenn du dir halt einen, sag ich mal, einen Vollpreistitel, keine Ahnung, was holst, den Ghost of Tsushima und einfach alles, oder die Story skippst. Ja, du skippst ja quasi, du skippst da quasi 60% des Games. Beim Story-Game.
Ja, aber weißt du, ich meine schon, du solltest halt dir das schon ansehen und dich damit auseinandersetzen. Weil so macht ein Game auch keinen Spaß, wenn du alles nur skippst. Weißt du, das
Ja,
Ding...
es geht ja um ein Story-Game, ne? Also
Ja,
beim Story-Game.
Ja, und du musst dir ja vorstellen, das ist ja voll behindert, wenn du das machst.
Bei einem Dark Souls, ne? Bei einem Horizon, ne? Bei einem Star Wars Jedi Survivor oder sonst was. Das gibt ja auch keiner die Story, weil da ist ja die Story das, für das du das Game spielst.
Ja.
Und so ist es, finde ich, bei Genshin irgendwie teilweise auch mit der Hauptstory auf jeden Fall.
Das habe ich in einem anderen Story-Game, habe ich das sehr hart Wind bekommen, dass jemand die Story geskippt hat und ich machte mir so, Bro, wozu? Voll dumm. Weißt du, es gibt ja so
Es gibt
in
halt
solchen...
einige Leute, die scheinbar das Spiel eben nicht spielen für die Story. Obwohl es halt ein Story-Game ist. Ich kann es irgendwie verstehen, aber Für mich persönlich wäre Genshin ohne die Story einfach zu wenig. Wäre für mich dann uninteressant.
Traveler. Hey, Traveler! Traveler!
Weil für mich ist, finde ich, gerade die ganze Story und Lore, die hinter allem steckt, ja gerade das, was Genshin so gut macht.
Ja, eben.
Dass eben nicht alles einfach nur hingeklatscht ist, ohne Sinn und Grund. Und gefühlt die ganzen spielbaren Charaktere einfach nur wandelnde Damage-Zahlen sind. Das habe ich auch so bei einigen Leuten in der Community das Gefühl, dass die Charakter einfach nur als sich bewegende Damage-Zahlen sehen.
Ich habe letztens so über diesen Kommentar gelesen, da hat einer so richtig geschrieben, also da ging es so um eine Map in Fortnite quasi, und zwar ist es für einige Leute sehr heftig, ist da damals eine Spitzhacke, die ist aber sehr selten geworden. Das Ding ist, die hast du damals nur durch ein Turnier erhalten, und diese Spitzhacke wird auch immer selten bleiben. Aber die haben sich natürlich übertroffen, haben eine Map geschaffen. In dieser Map wird diese Spitzhacke quasi dort ausgestellt. Und da haben sich einige voll schlauen Kinder gedacht, okay, schreibt mal mir in die Kommentare, der Short ist mindestens schon 2 Jahre alt, vom Jahr 2022, bald 2 Jahre alt. Haben sich gedacht, einer hat sich so gedacht, schreibe ich dem mal in die Kommentare rein und so weiter und tu dem auf den falschen Fuß erfassen. Der hat das so hingestellt, als ob ich quasi das faken würde, dass mein Short fake wäre. Weil für ihn kam das so rüber, dass man auf diese Map geht und diese Spitzhacke erhält, sobald du quasi auf dieser Map spielst. Aber ich habe keinster Weise weder im Titel noch irgendwas in die Beschreibung reingeschrieben, dass man auf diese Map gehen kann und dort eine Spitzhacke bekommt. Ich habe nur damit anteasern wollen, dass es diese Map gibt und dass diese Spitzhacke dort ausgestellt ist. Weil diese Spitzhacke eine Seltenheit ist, die niemand mehr so einfach bekommen wird. Die wird keiner mehr bekommen, weil es damals eben so, wie soll man sagen, zu diesem Turnier eben eine Special-Sache war. Aber du musstest dich auch echt anstrengen, um eben quasi in diesen Bereich zu kommen, von diesen besten Spielern. Weil so 1000 Leute haben die, glaube ich, erhalten durch Spielen von diesem Turnier. Jedenfalls wollte der das so hinstellen, als ob ich diesen Short faken würde. Habe ich aber nicht gemacht. Und da habe ich ihm auch natürlich geschrieben, dieser Short sollte nur zeigen, dass diese Map existiert und diese Spitzhacke dort ausgestellt ist. Ich habe niemals in irgendeinem Zusammenhang gesagt oder irgendwie in den Titel reingeschrieben, dass diese Spitzhacke man bekommt, wenn man diese Map spielt. In keinster Art und Weise. Aber der Typ war scheinbar so gänzlich verwirrt, dass er das einfach glauben wollte oder einfach nur sich irgendwas zusammenspinnen wollte in seiner Märchenwelt. Wenn du weißt, was ich meine. Einfach realitätsfern. Was sagst du dazu?
Ja, es ist halt immer, ne? Interpretationsfreiraum halt, ne?
Ja, interpretieren kannst du viel, aber ob es stimmt, ist ja halt die andere Frage, ne?
Ja, aber nicht jeder kann halt immer wissen, was gemeint ist. Und vor allem bei
Ja, deswegen habe ich mich ja nochmal dazu
minderjährigen
geäußert.
Jugendlichen und so weiter.
Ja, deswegen habe ich mich ja nochmal dazu geäußert und es halt klargestellt, dass es so gemeint war.
A male and female skeleton. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much later. But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried here? What? That's impossible. Unless Clotar Albery finally found a way to rid himself of the curse. This all raises far too many questions. We should part ways here.
Ich habe mir auch heute ein 25-minütiges Video von deinem Kanal angesehen. Auf Twitch, wo du damals Forina gepult hast vor... Ja, es ist nicht ein ganzes Jahr, aber 10 Monate war das. Wo du auf Forina gepult hast.
Ja, das ist schon eine Weile her, Alter.
Yes.
Ja.
If the time is right.
Aber deine Reaktion da drauf auch. Oh Mann.
I fear that while these...
What? Why? What?
Alright, let's leave it
Oh.
there.
So, man hat meine meisten Puls, die ich, ja.
What is it?
Ich hab's aber damals auch hart gehabt. Ich habe einfach 10 Puls. Also 10 Puls, die ich noch hatte. Also vor die 10 letzten Puls, die ich hatte. Der 11. letzte Pull war's. Da habe ich Furina gezogen. Ganz knappe Geschichte.
Wiener Puls, man hat meine meisten Puls, die ich jemals gesammelt habe.
Ich weiß, ich hab's gesehen. Ja, ich dachte mir so, ach du Scheiße. Als ob das, ich glaube, das war so um die 26.000 bis 35.000 Primo-Gems. Ich dachte mir so, oha.
Mein vorheriger Rekord war, keine Ahnung, ein Jahr her oder sowas.
Mhm.
Bei einem Zhongli Ganyu Banner. Das ist schon sehr lange her.
Mhm.
Da hatte ich auch schon so mega viel, Alter.
Oh, wow, oder? Nee. Ich bin nicht durch, ich dachte gerade. Wäre ja was gewesen, wenn ich schon durch wäre. Ja, ich weiß. Ich habe auch schon, ich habe angefangen, das mit Ganyu zu sehen, aber ich habe es nicht ganz fertig geschaut. Weil ich eben Livestream wollte noch heute.
Paimon think. What were we up to the first time? Oh, Paimon remembers.
Aber das Schmerzhafteste war gewesen, wo du so ins Waffenbanner reingegangen bist. Da dachte ich mir so an der Stelle so, aua.
Ja, das hätte ich auch nicht tun sollen im Nachhinein, Alter. Hätte ich nicht tun sollen.
Was war's? Die Waffe von Baizu. Baizu?
Ja.
Ja.
Oh.
Aber sieh mal an, das ist dasselbe wie bei mir. Bei mir war es auch schmerzhaft. Weißt du warum? Ich habe auch auf die Waffe von Furina gepult, aber welche Waffe habe ich bekommen? Von Sijiwin. Und auf die habe ich nicht mal gepult. Auf Sijuin habe ich nicht gepult und habe trotzdem ihren Bogen bekommen. Das tat weh.
Deshalb pult man nicht in den Waffenbanner.
Sounds good. So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there is still a...
Ah, das musst du dir echt vorstellen, ganz ehrlich. Du pulst ins Waffenbänder rein, hast du die Erwartungshaltung, ja, ich krieg da die Waffe raus, die ich gerne möchte.
Ja, hat ich natürlich nicht.
Und dann funktioniert's nicht.
Oh, good point.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, dear. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Chillig. Bye bye, Sumeru. Hey, es geht ab nach Fontaine. Tschüss, tschüss. Let's go.
Hast du denn die Karibat-Quest noch kapiert?
Hm?
Was da passiert ist?
Ja. Ich war in einer ich war im Traum. Mich hat's umgenietet. Aber, ja.
Und was da passiert? Was hast du da erfahren?
Ich habe da erfahren, dass es einen Kerl gab, oder beziehungsweise auch meine Schwester, mit dem Kontakt hatte und wir aber geholfen haben, quasi seinen Sohn zu heilen. Aber er hat sich nur als die Person, als die er sich am Anfang vorgestellt hat, nur ausgegeben. Er war jemand völlig anderes. Aber dem sein Sohn ist ja dann am Ende auch außer Kontrolle geraten. Weil er ihn ja eigentlich ursprünglicherweise heilen wollte, aber das Ganze hat nicht funktioniert. Weil er so diese Energie in der Höhle aufgenommen hat und seinem Sohn ja nochmal was von der Mitte gegeben hat und ihm quasi somit diese Kräfte übertragen hat. So, man hat es halt nur nicht gemerkt und dann ist der Sohn ja eskaliert. Bis wir dann natürlich aufgewacht sind. Oh nee. Oh nee. Ich ersauf.
Also, du hast es nicht ganz kapiert, was da passiert ist.
Ah, mein Gott. Wenn du es
Der
besser
Mann, der da
formulieren
war.
kannst, dann formulier's.
Nee,
Okay.
das alles war ein Traum. Du hast das alles aus der Sicht deiner Schwester gesehen.
Ach
Du
so.
warst nie da. Das war eine Erinnerung aus der Vergangenheit von deiner Schwester. Das war dann auch gegen Ende die Szene mit dem Spiegel.
Ah.
Du warst da nie. Das war deine Schwester, die das alles getan hat, das du da getan hast. Das ist alles schon hunderte Jahre in der Vergangenheit.
Lol.
Und Lumin hat mit diesen Typen, die haben den Abyss Order zusammen gegründet.
Ja, das habe ich auch mitbekommen.
Das ist der Ursprung davon.
Oh mein Gott.
Die beiden zusammen mit dieser Stimme aus dieser Höhle.
Ja, aber dass du sowas in einem Traum erlebst, ist halt auch schon heftig.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it.
Und das war der Inhalt der Quest.
This must be... Wow. Everything looks so advanced
Unter
in
anderem.
Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines. Just seeing the sights as a tourist is
Gut,
nice,
dass du es nochmal
but
formulierst.
maybe it would be better if we
Da
found
habe ich
something to
einiges
do.
anders aufgenommen, als es eigentlich ist. Ja, gut.
What do you think?
Das wurde alles, was ich gerade gesagt habe, wurde genauso auch in der Quest gesagt.
Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah.
Ja, dann habe ich halt nicht gescheit aufgefasst. Oder nicht gescheit gecheckt.
Scheinbar.
So, what do you think? To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking
Das ist halt
over
schon eine
there.
harte Lore-Bomb,
Let's go
Alter.
see if we can join the party.
Also allgemein, die Dainsef-Quests sind immer übelste Lore-Bombs, Alter.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was
Und
a
dass halt
pretty
die
decent
ganzen
person.
Menschen halt aus Kanria verflucht sind. Unsterblichkeit haben wir schon, also das hat uns Dane ja schon gesagt. Und so wie ich es verstanden habe, sind halt die rein blütigen Kanria sind halt wundert mit Unsterblichkeit und ewigem Leid belegt worden. Und die Halbblüter quasi haben sich alle in Hillitschelle verwandelt.
Oh, no. We're
Immer.
talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Ja, das waren die Inhalte der Quest.
Das ist halt ziemlich krass, wenn man mal so überlegt. Ich glaube, keiner will verflucht sein.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories,
Vor allem, wenn du da keinen eigenen Willen mehr hast, so wirklich.
Also be someone deliberately, whether something is true
Aber
or
uns fehlen jetzt immer noch
not,
so ein
simply
bisschen die
isn't that
Infos,
important.
warum.
The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine
wird in
Court
der
of Justice is
Zukunft
called the Opera
fortgesetzt.
Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little
Und
more
leider kann ich aber mich auch nicht mehr so richtig an alles erinnern, weil es ist halt auch alles schon so lange her.
No worries.
Das ist halt so ein bisschen blöd an der
Other
Genshin-Story,
visitors
Alter,
to
weil
Fontaine have wondered the same thing.
kann sich
You
halt,
could say that we just don't wanna waste
wenn
the
eine neue
moving stories
Story
behind those
rauskommt, man kann
cases.
sich halt
And
gar
as
nicht
for
mehr
your
alles
worries
erinnern.
about whether the
Ja.
cases are treated with due reverence, we have
Also
the
eigentlich müssten mit
absolutely
jeder neuen
just
Story-Quest, die
as well as the
raufkommt,
Orchis
und mit
Mechanique
jeder Sache, die dann
Darius
irgendwie
Cardinal,
erwähnt oder
a
angespielt wird,
machine
müssten die erstmal
created by
komplett
the
wieder
Archon.
das wieder
Between the
aufrollen
machine
und das
and the
nochmal
Chief
erklären, was
Justice,
damals passiert
false
ist.
charges
Und
and
das keiner mehr
injustice are
weiß.
a thing of the past now.
Und selbst wenn du die Story, wenn die Story dann irgendwann mal fertig sein sollte und man das Ganze dann am Stück spielt, selbst dann ist es ja extrem schwer.
Wait, I almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet?
Oh, that's
Deshalb
easy.
werde ich mir
Just go to
eventuell
the
morgen
Opera House.
auch
Lady
nochmal
Farina practically lives there.
Story-Recaps
You could definitely say
angucken.
it's her biggest passion.
Gibt's von einem deutschen YouTuber, der hat Story-Zusammenfassungen gemacht von allen Regionen.
In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult.
Um dann nochmal ein bisschen auf den Stand zu kommen. Wobei auch die Dinge halt nicht so ganz das sind, was ich gerne hätte, weil die halt das zusammenfassen. Ja? Und lässt halt dementsprechend auch einiges aus. Ja, weil wenn man noch mehr Details reinnehmen würde, dann würden die Videos halt
Lady
2 Stunden
Farina
gehen.
seldom
3
takes an
Stunden.
interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an
Aber sonst
appointment
gibt's
is
halt
simply
Story-Recaps
because-
halt
That's
im
right.
deutschen Raum nicht so
After all, she
wirklich.
is the Archon.
Höchstens im Englischen.
Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Heimann gets now. The Hydro Archon is
Ja,
kinda
das
like
ist auf jeden
the
Fall im
big
Fontaine Arc
celebrity here,
angelangt.
Yeah, I suppose you
Dem
could say that.
aktuellen
Perhaps you
Peak-Story
could
von
even say our mascot.
Genshin.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Das Beste,
Yes,
was
you're right.
was Genshin,
Guess
finde
I
ich,
should at least
seit
try to be a little
Release
more
rausgehauen hat,
respectful
Alter.
in front of visitors.
Bin ich mal gespannt, ob Natlan das toppt.
Come
Also wenn Natlan
on.
das toppt,
Sure,
Junge,
there's a lot
dann...
of flaws here.
Boah.
But nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Das wäre ziemlich heftig.
Thank you. At least we now know that we can find the Hydro
Das
Archon
Ding ist,
at
ich
the
wurde
Aqua-
durch den Kollegen
Who knows how
damals
long this
etwas
equipment will
gespoilert.
take? Hey, what are you looking
Weil
over
der
there
eben
for?
schon die Fontaine-Story gespielt hat.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Weil ich weiß, was später schon passiert, so zum Größteil könnte man sagen. Das ist halt echt mies, weil...
Na, doof gelaufen.
Hab das halt durch einen Kollegen mitbekommen, weil der bei mir die Story gezockt hat. Schade.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you
Aber es nochmal mitzuerleben ist auch schön.
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
Aber diese Energien habe ich da jetzt endlich mal besser kapiert. Den Natlan. Wir haben diese Nachtseelensäge und dieses Phlogiston.
Ja.
Und die ganzen Natlan-Chars, die werden meist im Zusammenhang mit der Elementarfähigkeit halt, während sie in der Elementarfähigkeit diesen Nachtseelensägen-Zustand sein. Wir haben dementsprechend so eine Energieleiste, mit der sie dann halt die Fähigkeiten innerhalb ihrer Elementarfähigkeit auslösen können. Und je nach Charakter nimmt die Leiste halt dann ab. Oder man kann auch wieder auffüllen mit einigen Charaktern. Aber meistens so, wenn der Leiste abgelaufen ist, dann wird das dann noch eine neue Leiste über der Lebensleiste, das Phlogiston-Leiste.
Ja.
Und wenn der Nachtseelensägen-Leiste abgelaufen ist, dann wird das Phlogiston angefangen zu verbrauchen, um diesen Zustand aufrecht zu halten.
Ah, okay.
Wenn das dann auch weg ist, dann ist es vorbei.
Krass.
Und diese Phlogiston-Leiste, die wird dann wohl auch relevant sein für einige Mechanics in Natlan. Und dann gibt es wohl noch eine neue Mechanik, die wohl immer zustande kommt, wenn man mindestens einen Natlan-Char im Team hat. Und zwar, wenn dann irgendwie eine andere Figur im Team Elementarschaden verursacht, kann man irgendwie so einen Quick-Swap machen zu dem Natlan-Char.
Ja.
Irgendwie so. Da kommen schon noch ein paar mehr neue Mechanics dazu, als man vielleicht ursprünglich gedacht hatte.
It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in... Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally
Da kam
greeted
dann
each
noch eine
other
neue
yet,
Folge
have
Shy
we?
raus.
Did all the
Weiß
introductions
nicht,
earlier
ob ich
not
dazu
count?
noch komme, das heute zu gucken. Ich weiß nicht. Mal sehen.
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro-Archon. Would you...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Lol. Oh, nee. Das ist Chlor. Ah, vorhin auch.
So, she's the Hydro-Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration! If you don't have one, then... As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Ah ja. Einfach mal so einen warmen Empfang bekommen hier.
Is she talking about us?
Ja, Fontaine war das allererste Mal in der ganzen Geschichte, dass wir einen Archon einfach
I've long heard of
instant
the
gesehen
turmoil
haben.
and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations.
Das war auch sehr, sehr ungewöhnlich.
But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the...
Bei ihr ist aber später die Luft raus.
And acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro-Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? miss Hydro-Archon?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Ah ja.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Das Wort passt.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough?
Is she
Ja, damals, zu Anfang Fontaine, mochte niemand Furina.
I didn't expect to see Lady Furina here. What a surprise!
Die war sehr unbeliebt.
Does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's
Hat
all the
aber
commotion?
später eine komplette 180-Grad-Wende
Is that
gemacht.
Lady Furina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Furina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Furina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Was? Die will sich mit mir prügeln? Was soll das denn jetzt?
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Jetzt geht es auch noch los. Ey, das ist mies, die Wache kämpfen ja auch noch gegen mich. Das ist ja unfair.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Ja, und jetzt?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorand. I admire his bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Was willst du noch mehr?
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Was willst du noch machen? Willst du noch Sackhüpfen spielen oder was?
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
Whoa, all right! Now
Bruh.
that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house. It would be a...
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating
Ja,
this law.
komm. Als ob man so kleinlich ist, wenn man da rumgeflogen ist.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
Das
That's
ist
our
die
Lady
Religion der
Furina.
Gerechtigkeit, ne?
No one knows the laws
Voll
of
gerecht.
Fontaine
Ich darf
like
nicht mal
she does.
fliegen. Wie soll ich da sonst hinkommen? Soll ich da hinrobben?
Nee, Paimon ist ein illegales Flugobjekt.
Ah, lol. Also warte mal, ich bin ja eigentlich nicht geflogen. Paimon ist ja nur geflogen, ich nicht.
You mean Paimon?
Ich habe mich hin teleportiert.
Precisely.
Das zählt nicht als geflogen. Paimon ist nur geflogen, also ich bin unschuldig. Ich bin da raus.
Then, in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject... I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Oh, yeah.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Ah ja.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
In ein paar Runden Overspitz quälen.
Brother's always excited to make new
Um den
friends.
letzten Wachsaft, den ich hab, noch zu verpulvern.
We don't really have anything to do now. to the
Und dann werde ich tot ins Bett fallen.
Fällt einfach so tot ins Bett, so richtig wie so eine Murmel.
Ja. Ja, dann viel Erfolg noch, ne?
Ja, werde ich haben.
Und dann, I don't know, vielleicht können wir morgen ja nochmal Anime gucken.
Ja, würde mich freuen.
Ja. Und sonst könnte man morgen, wenn ich dann sonst bei niemandem bin, auch dann, also du hast ja gesagt, gegen Abend dann, dann auch irgendwie noch Genshin spielen, parallel.
Ja.
Ja. Dann hau rein.
Jo, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. You really mean it? That this is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that. You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land. And so, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all...
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily...
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when...
Perfekt. Und der letzte im Bunde ist...
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time?
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some... yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll have...
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the...
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect romaritime flowers.
Time to act.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the opera.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the opera house?
Und los geht's.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let's go.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Anyway, I should be going now.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief! Guess things turned out alright in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off!
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really—
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
What a—
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Linny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Wir machen gleich weiter, Chat. Ich bin gleich wieder da. Ich muss nur kurz auf Toilette. Bis
Nice
gleich
to
dann.
meet you. From the Steambird,
Warum skippt er jetzt
We've
weiter?
often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
Ich habe nichts gedrückt, Chat. Macht er jetzt so weiter, wenn ich AFK bin? Ich hoffe nicht. Aber wir werden es gleich sehen. Ich bin mal kurz weg.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day! Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
young women case. You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Und die Story geht einfach weiter, ohne dass ich irgendwas mache. Ich habe nichts geklickt, gar nichts. Die Story geht einfach weiter.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Krass.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
Ah ja. Charlotte besuchen
What a
erstmal.
tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone.
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Perfekt.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Does this big machine run on clockwork too?
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go?
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Worüber die Burg gerade reden?
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. It's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all! Don't worry!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need!
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making...
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa! So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced!
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice, and...
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgment, but... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines? Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before—
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Riptide! Shouldn't let your guard down.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank?
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone—
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front—
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown— But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be— Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelist?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, Why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the
So ist das.
Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing! The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Pub. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey. Shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should... Linny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
Investing too much emotion puts you at risk of doing something irrational. The opera at Eclairs. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
O Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need.
I guess if there are, kid.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon!
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me. When
Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? If you were hearing their emotions...
Rather than worrying about them, we don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lenny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
I think the next one's a trial. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of opera.
Welcome to the Opera Coffee Club.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by... But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and...
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Lenny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny. These should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything. Oh, you little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's, too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then. Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait!
Digga, ich schwör, diese Story ist so spannend. Oh mein Gott. Das tötet mich gerade, Digga. Echt. Wir sind schon bald 3 Stunden und 40 Minuten live. Digga. Ich kann aber auch gerade nicht abbrechen.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Paimon, halt doch einfach die Klappe, bitte.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epicles. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry, she'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Das ist so krass, die Show gerade. Ach du Schande.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 50...
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it's merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's alright. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Was zur Hölle? Digga, nee. Digga, nee. Ich bin voll erschrocken gerade. Alter.
Is this part of the show?
Nein.
Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation of...
That can't be right! How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes, that's right, I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linney, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met. Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linney's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here?
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big-shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to...
Der ist jetzt sehr happig mit der.
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly... Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel...
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here.
Krasser Scheiß. Wir haben schon wieder gute Mission abgeschlossen hier.
Hello, officer.
Let's go.
How's the
XP
investigation
fliegen rein.
going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I...
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Okay. Here we go again.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes! kidding.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It's simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Die Vermisste heißt Halsey und ist eine relativ bekannte Malerin. Sie ist nur zur Zauberschau, dazu bauen sie hat keine Streitigkeiten oder Interessenkonflikte mit ihren eigenen Mitglied von der Zaubertruppe. Okay. Hier haben wir nichts mehr zum Untersuchen, okay. So, wir reden mal mit allen
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Nochmal ein Beweis mehr. Hier können wir nichts mehr freilegen, schade. Aber den Dude können wir noch befragen, oder die Frau.
When he's still talking to the guards, I think someone will be assigned.
Ich wollte eigentlich mit der Frau reden.
When he's still talking to the guards, I think someone will be.
Ja, ich wollte mit Molly
When
reden.
he's still talking to the guards, I think someone.
Ja doch, ich habe mit Molly schon geredet. Schach.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right.
If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the look—
Well, you're right on the moor about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle?
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. Yup, now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be—
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks.
Digga. Wehe, die will die Zaubertricks von ihm platzen lassen. Das wäre assi. Okay, Navi, ich gehe ohne dich weiter. Ich hab keinen Bock jetzt. Oder wo müssen wir denn da hin? Okay, nee, wir sind jetzt wieder zurückgegangen. Das war doof. Okay, wir müssen hier irgendwie lang. Ah, wir können den Bären befragen. Guten Tag.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here, at least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone we Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll...
Von dem Opernhaus oder vorbei durften diejenigen gehen, die von der bestätigt wurden. Ja. Perfekt, die hätten wir auch abgefrühstückt. Let's go.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case?
Zu ziehen erst noch eine hier. Wurde festgestellt, dass sie immer die gleiche Zahl anzeigt. Es ist ganz offensichtlich, sie wurde manipuliert. Lord. Einfach meine Maschine manipulieren.
Here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how...
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making...
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. If It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all the—
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you.
Tschüss.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think of...
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kid? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, this...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down.
Gottes Willen.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Wir gehen hier die Rätsel durch, so ein Ding.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief. Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before...
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we could...
Huh? Here?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Da bin ich mal gespannt, wie das funktionieren soll, Didi.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Naja, seltsam nicht.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern, I'm merely doing as I should.
Trotzdem Ehrenmann. Also der Diener von Navir ist richtig nett. Oder der Typ, der ihr zur Seite steht.
Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and...
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Lelouch, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Fehlt es an Motiven, aber nach einem Gespräch mit Navir scheint auch die Möglichkeit einer Beteiligung von einem Dritten unwahrscheinlich. Weiß ich nicht, ob das so unwahrscheinlich ist. Würde ich nicht Brief und Siegel geben. Kann ich jetzt mal mein Modul endlich wieder verwenden? Danke. Ah ne, wir müssen bis 8 warten, Studi. Jetzt aber. Was haben wir hier alles nochmal? Oh mein Gott. Tschüss, wir haben schon wieder 3000 Primo Gems. Dieses Mal verziehe ich die aber nicht. Wie viel Ziehung haben wir jetzt? Fast wieder 20 Puls. Das ist gut. Besser als nix. Oh, wir können noch ein Foto hier machen. Das ist sehr gut. Mal fotografieren. Dankeschön. Ach, Mann. Über dieses Umspiel. Mann. Okay, es geht los. Oh mein Gott.
The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. Look at—
just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Das wird's werden, ey. Jetzt wird's witzig. Erste Gerichtsverhandlung, die wir in Genshin Impact abhalten.
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your—
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean—
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
the House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Ich schwöre, ich warte nur noch auf den Moment, wenn die mal vor Gericht steht. Dann scheißt die sich aber in die Hosen. Lady Farina wird noch vor dem Gericht stehen. Ding. So ein Ding.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Ey, die redet mal vernünftig, ist ein Wunder. Ich glaube, Lynette hat ihre Sprache wiedergefunden.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain.
Da bin ich mal gespannt auf die Erklärung
I know
jetzt.
you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Das stimmt.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
der daraus besteht, das Problem hinter sich zu führen.
But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Ich bin nicht der
I am
Täter,
no
zumindest
criminal.
nicht in diesem Fall.
Sorry.
Tut
Please
uns
forgive
leid,
us.
aber bitte verzeiht uns. Oh.
Well, you both say
Selbst wenn er
that,
das
but...
sagt.
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Heute gelangte durch den Beschluss in den Raum ich wurde Zeuge dessen, was in Tür vorfiel und konnte ich auch nicht den dumpfen Knall hören. Er gibt an, er habe eine mysteriöse Stimme im Kernkammer vernommen, die sich unter dem Opernhaus befindet. Ja. Noch mehr Beweis, perfekt. Was will man mehr, ne? Ja, ich will ja auch wieder zur Verhandlung, Mann. Warum muss ich da jetzt eigentlich hindackeln? Ihr könntet mich auch einfach gehen lassen, Mann. Let's go. Oh.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Ermittle anhand der Schilderung des Ereignisses der Gegenseite, welcher Aspekt ihrer Aussage nicht stichhaltig sind. Anhand der Beweise und Hinweise, die im Laufe der Untersuchung des Falls gewonnen wurden, können die unhaltbaren Aspekte des Falls widerlegt und durch eine neue Schlussfolgerung ersetzt werden. Wenn du das Prokureur mit einem Gegenargument überzeugst, kann das Unterstützung für deinen eigenen Standpunkt führen, die heute wird die Veränderung deutlich machen. Sobald alles unhaltbaren Aspekte identifiziert und widerlegt sind, wird der Widerlegungskreis abgeschlossen und die Wahrheit offenbart. Ja, genau.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Als der Countdown begann, betrat Lina den Tunnel.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before afterward. Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Nur Sinn, Bruder.
And there you have it. That's the truth behind...
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw. Seems this won't produce...
Es gibt nichts anderes.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Gelangte er durch die Lüftung in den Raum, dem daher wurde er auch
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Ja. Was war das denn?